Hello everyone, welcome to Walking and Talking, the show where I walk and talk. I turned on the video camera really without having anything more than that to say, but I'm going to try, if I can, to spend more time pointing the camera at myself, but it's a little bit difficult because I have to hold my arm out in front of me, so I imagine I might not be able to do it for the whole time. In fact, I may not even be able to do it for much of the time, but I'm considering other remedies to this, like some kind of selfie stick or something like that. Anyhow, I'm walking in a different place than I normally walk and talk. And I feel this breeze on me that feels really refreshing. And you can probably hear the noise of the breeze even through the wind screen. I can feel the food in my stomach because I had a pretty large salad for breakfast. It's starting to rain a little bit, but luckily I did come prepared with some rain gear, so I'm gonna stop and get that out. I'm going to try and keep talking as I open up this umbrella. It shouldn't be too difficult. My umbrella's open. I'm zipping up this backpack. I'm aware so far that, or right now I'm aware that just describing what I'm doing isn't necessarily a really creative isn't really a creative act, and I'm imagining how it would be better to just continue a separate stream of consciousness while I did those things. But as you know, we're just starting out here, and maybe as we go along I'll get a little more tuned in to perhaps subtler levels of thought going on in my mind. Like just now I thought about how it's been a relatively long time since I did the last episode of Walking and Talking. It's been a number of months, and it's a totally different season now. And as I was thinking that, I was thinking about saying that, and at the same time I hesitated to say that because I was questioning whether there was actually a more present stream of thought going on at the same time, as opposed to making an observation about something that's relatively abstracted and has more to do with linear time in the past and such. But now I find that it was fine to say that, and it led immediately into tuning into that more present stream of thought, which was about that thought itself. I can see that there's some water on the lens, raining and blowing wind, and I don't mind that. As immediately after I said I don't mind that, I started thinking about what type of image of myself I might be projected by saying such a thing as that don't mind the wind and rain. Whether I started thinking about whether I'm projecting an image of like stoicism or something like that, or whether I was appearing like overly confident or something, or if I was appearing like someone who's trying hard to seem stoic. And I started imagining what you might be thinking and feeling when I said that. And I started to wonder, are you impressed by my stoicism, or are you unimpressed and put off by it? And this is like, also, do you believe in my stoicism, or do you think of it as a put-on thing? And at this point, I've gone on talking long enough about my supposed stoicism, but I just want to keep in mind that this is only really like a potential perception that somebody might have based on me saying that I didn't mind the rain and the wind. And so I'm just like, when I noticed myself thinking about what your perception of me might be in response to that statement, then I kind of like, I just kind of noticed myself being engaged in a certain kind of image management of myself. And I'm not necessarily judging myself negatively for engaging in such a thing. I'm probably engaged in that much of the time without being, probably maybe being less aware of it. But I'm finding this process of talking continuously about my thoughts to be really interesting so far, and a way to delve into those sorts of behaviors and just kind of and be able to observe them with a little more clarity than I might be in my normal like social mode. Like maybe if I wasn't talking and I was just walking by myself, I wouldn't necessarily be involved in image management, although it's likely that I would be having similar types of thoughts just based on like my appearance as I was walking, assuming there's other people around. Like imagining a scenario where I was just walking in this same place without talking. I'm gonna fold up my umbrella now because it's not raining. If I were just walking silently alone, I bet much of the time when I pass a person, I would be thinking about, I would be projecting, I'd be imagining what that person's perception of me is. And maybe I would even be just like subtly managing little things about my behavior to try and influence their perception of me. Like, just like my posture, you know, and whether or not I choose to make eye contact with them and how much, and the expression on my face, and like the pace of my walking, what I do with my hands, all that sort of thing. I would probably be thinking about those sort of things. Like, you know, I'm still doing that now. Like, for instance, a woman just jogged past, and I just immediately imagined kind of her perception. Whoa, you okay? You all right? I immediately imagined what her perception of me. And then just now, this woman fell off her bike right behind me. You perhaps maybe caught the end of that or something. And so I immediately, you know, I was the nearest person to her, so I stopped to try and, I guess, make sure she was okay, or and then, you know, pretty immediately, it seemed like she was not in any serious, you know, wasn't injured or anything like that, and probably didn't need my help. I ascertained that, like, you know, in the first couple of seconds or something, and then I just kind of like stood there for a few more seconds and like asked her if she was okay, and and then she kind of like waved, like waved me off, like did this, like, maybe you caught that. And so, like, then I, you know, immediately imagined, started imagining what her thought process and feelings might have been in that moment. My initial thought was like she was annoyed by me standing there, asking if she were okay, just because I got that feeling from the way she kind of like gesticulated for me to leave, is how I read that. But also she might have been feeling a mixture of things, like the surprise, or like maybe a little bit of embarrassment herself for having fallen off her bike, or and then you know, my mind rushes to all these other possibilities, like what if I were in her way, like I were walking in the bike path or something, and I somehow contributed to her falling off her bike. I don't think I have much culpability in that situation, but it's just something I considered just now. And then simultaneously, also during that interaction, I was also I later became aware that I was also engaged in image management in relation to you, and you know, in like also making sure that I appear on camera and to you to be, you know, a good Samaritan and helpful person, and trying to strike some balance between showing enough concern for someone who could possibly be injured, but also not being like overly patronizing or invasive to somebody's you know, experience, and thus like or like being overly chivalrous or something. So I didn't like pick up her bike for her, but also I didn't pick up her bike for her because, like, you know, I considered it for a split second, and then I thought, you know, I guess like the person's bodily safety is like more of a priority in that moment, and so I like just kind of like focused on her to see if she was okay, and it seems she was. And at this moment of time, it's, you know, a certain amount of time has elapsed since that moment that it seems like, and also it seems like I've exhausted. I've pretty much covered all of the thought processes that I think were going on for that moment. So now it's probably time to continue on and either see if there's a different thing going on now, or what kind of like meta thought processes have arisen in this process of me analyzing my thought processes that occurred in a moment a few moments ago. And there I can think of now some other processes, some other thoughts that were going along as I was telling you about my thoughts that occurred during the woman falling off a bike moment. And I started to think about whether those thoughts that I was thinking were kind of like fitting into a certain social model of like a type of person that I could be, like especially when I was talking about how I didn't offer to pick up her bike, and when I was talking about how I was trying to strike a balance between being, you know, concerned and helpful, and not being too invasive or chivalrous or patronizing. I started to I was also aware in my head of like what kind of what kind of like codes of social behavior am I perhaps trying to align with and behave by, and like those like codes of behavior relating very much to current social movements and current discourse about the relationship between men and women. I felt aware of that, and I questioned whether I was trying overly much, whether I was trying too hard to conform to certain code of conduct that is kind of like a current that might be like overly influenced by current discourse, and not that is inherently negative to have your behavior influenced by recent discourse. But I wondered, but sometimes I have a suspicion if I do conform to something like that, there's another kid fell down right by me, but this is unusual, this is already 2 people that have fallen down right next to me in the first 23 minutes, which I don't think this has ever happened before in walking and talking. I guess I was saying that maybe if I find myself, if I find my thought conforming to like a popular trend of like social conduct, maybe I'm just like, I have to take a second to question the motivation involved therein. And like whether this is like whether this is about image management and like pleasing people, or whether it's something more genuine, or if it's some kind of maybe not entirely one or the other. Here's a really nice looking purple aronia bush loaded with aronia berries. These things are a little bit astringent usually, but I'm gonna try some. Oh, it's pretty good. I can definitely feel the astringency. It's gonna like dry my mouth out for sure. But these are really juicy. And the juices in the berries is refreshing. I think it's possible that the astringency is contained more in the skin than in the juice of these berries. And so I think maybe one of the best things to do with them is to juice them, so that you can then, like squeeze the juice out of the berries and then throw out the skins. But I think they are supposed to contain some things that are really good for your heart. What are they called? Like flavonoids. I think they're full of flavonoids or something like that. Bioflavonoids, is that a word, or am I making that up? Anyway, aronia, also known as choke berry, not choke cherry, but choke berry. I'm going to continue on here. As I was talking about the aronia, I started becoming aware of this has happened before, where I point out a plant, I talk about a plant, and then I become a little self-conscious of projecting a certain image of like expertise or something, or like projecting like some kind of like position of power in the action of like giving you this information that I have. Like I'm the guardian of this information, and I'll share it with you. I'm not exactly sure why I feel self-conscious about that. Maybe it's because I don't consider it my like primary area of expertise. And then there's other people that plant identification and foraging is their primary focus and their primary expertise. And those are the people that I have gotten this information from. So if you want, you can always go to someone who's more of an expert. Like you can read Samuel Thayer's book, the Forager's Harvest, I think it's called. I think there's another one called Nature's Garden. There was something that I was talking about something before that, and I just remembered what it was, and maybe I've addressed it well enough that I can continue now to start looking at a different train of thought that is either occurring now or like occurred in the recent past. Oh, here's more aronia. There's a lot of these things, man. Could really harvest a lot of these. I think all I have is like one little small Ziploc bag in my backpack. So maybe I'll wait for another time to harvest those. They might get a little bit riper. A moment went by there when I was, of silence, where I was thinking about what I would start talking about next. But also in that moment, I was just like a little bit impressed by my surroundings. And the sun just came out, and I can smell the flowers that I'm near. And there's this cityscape here. I just unfurrowed my brow, and I started thinking about, as there was that other gap right before I said that I unfurrowed my brow, I started feeling like this was a moment of this episode of Walking and Talking that wasn't particularly strong, in that it seemed to lack some direction. It wasn't following like a coherent like pathway of thought. And as I started to relate that to you, I kind of noticed in myself a slightly different mode of awareness, where kind of maybe without my direction, I just started focusing more acutely on the present moment, and I was just hearing my voice. I was just kind of like observing myself talk in a more direct way, and because I now don't feel like I have such a backlog of thought processes that I need to analyze and articulate to you. Now I'm like, it's like my mind is more freed up to just to analyze even like more directly, like the sentence that I'm like already speaking. Although that previous sentence, although I did just add a although, so I guess that, you know, would technically be the same sentence. And maybe this is a really long run-on sentence actually, because I keep adding conjunctions like although and because. So, and now I'm becoming aware of how I'm actually thinking about my sentence structure in like as if it were written down or something. I'm like almost like visualizing the sentence, and I'm visualizing whether it has any punctuation in it or not, just because I started talking about whether I was analyzing the same sentence that I was speaking, that is, whether I was speaking like a self-referential sentence, or whether each sentence that I was saying was analyzing the previous sentence. And still, I'm not really aware of whether I've completed a sentence in a long time, or if I've just continued on a really long run-on sentence. Like, if somebody... That could be... Okay, right before I said like, that could be a period after the end of a long sentence. I know you're not supposed to start a new sentence, grammatically speaking, on a like. But now I almost feel relieved to have started a new sentence. At least it's a different one than the one that felt like it was running on forever, being joined by endless conjunctions. So I was trying to figure out whether I was speaking in self-referential sentences. That is, for instance, this sentence that I'm speaking is self-referential in the fact that I just referred to this sentence. You know, pretty much if I say this sentence then it's going to make whatever sentence that is spoken in a self-referential sentence. And then beyond it being self-referential, there's a question of is there any actual insight within that sentence that like reveals anything about the sentence itself, anything insightful, other than just saying this sentence is self-referential. You can do that as much as you want, but it's not necessarily going to reveal anything interesting about thought, about speech. Maybe it does, but probably not after you do it for a while, or probably not after the first time. Sorry, I'm moving the camera around a lot. I'm just like readjusting my umbrella. Actually, I'm gonna stop and put the umbrella in my backpack. And I'll take a sip of water while I'm at it. So I'm thinking now about something that seems like just recently in the past few minutes, something that seems in retrospect to me like a section of this episode of Walking and Talking, which was different than the previous sections, and that I seem to be talking more directly about the talking that I was doing in that section. And it got into kind of analyzing it grammatically as well. I'm continuing now in a mode where I don't feel like I have a bunch of things to talk about right now. Like there isn't, like I said before, I'm again feeling like I don't have a backlog of thoughts that I was thinking in order to, that I now need to unpack. But it's always possible that I will remember some thoughts that I was having while I was talking to you about something else. And as I was saying that, I kind of thought about, there were some other thoughts that I was thinking while I was saying the last few sentences, and at least one of them relating more to like my personal life, and I had the question of like, should I reveal that thought that about my personal life, or should I, just keep that private and continue to focus more directly on my interaction with you? And so I think I'm leaning towards the latter option of continuing to focus more on my relationship with you, just because I kind of imagine that to be a little bit more engaging. And it's possible that you're interested to know something about personal life. But I feel also just a little unsure about how public I want to make that thought, even though it's not a thought of any like any kind of like scandalous nature. It's actually pretty. It's, you know, it's not some like taboo thought or anything like that. But I'm just like unsure of how public I want to make that particular small not small, but that aspect of my personal life. And so I'm gonna continue now, and continuing now, I'm kind of like thinking about your experience and imagining what it might be like. And I'm imagining you possibly being someone who has watched Walking and Talking in the past, and I'm imagining you taking some interest in the surroundings of this new location of Walking and Talking. This isn't like a permanently new location of Walking and Talking. It just happens to be where I am on this day. And I found an opportune time in which to do this activity, and I feel really glad to be doing it, to be honest. I just feel kind of I feel really lucky to have this opportunity, to have enough time to just walk and talk for 4 hours into the video camera and talk to you, and continue to analyze my own thoughts. Also, I'm a little bit heartened. Like I don't often read the YouTube comments, but like a few days ago, I read some of the comments that were on the first episode of Walking and Talking, and I was kind of pleasantly surprised by the amount of positive response to it, and I was surprised that it seemed like some people connected with it more than I was really expecting. Like they like I was impressed by like the thoughtfulness that some people put into those comments, and I was happy to hear that there were a number of people who really appreciated this, and so that got me thinking about doing another episode, and which I had been questioning the format a little bit. I had been questioning whether this was any effective way of like connecting with anyone, or whether it was I mean, not necessarily connecting on a personal level, like as if we become friends in beyond this mediated format. Although like that's a potential that I won't necessarily discount. But questioning whether this format is would be giving anything to the world, so to speak. And so I was, questioning. I was considering maybe stopping it or changing it drastically, but some of the feedback actually heartened me to continue it, and also gave me some ideas of how to just kind of improve upon it, and maybe just some little technical improvements that might make this more watchable. So, you know, specifically I'm thinking about getting some kind of device such as some kind of selfie stick, ideally a selfie stick that has a camera stabilizer on it, so that I can point the camera at myself and like not have it be like so close to my face, so that you can see me from a little bit of a distance and see the background as well, and ideally have a stabilize there so that the movement is not, the camera's not moving around jerkily, you know, which I realize is kind of hard to watch. And you know, considering this possibility of also some kind of lapel mic that might pick up my voice more and the background sound less, although this camera that I'm using has you know, stereo condenser mics on it, and so I kind of actually enjoy the stereo audio image, including all the background sounds myself. I kind of enjoy just like the voice as being like just one component of like a larger sound environment, even if at times it makes it hard for me to, or makes it hard for you to understand or hear what I'm saying, because with the incredible, you know, with the like really large volume of talking that I'm doing here, I don't think it's particularly important that you understand absolutely everything that I'm saying, because I think, you know, as you go along listening, you know, over time, you kind of, at least for me, I kind of start to realize that like I could just, you know, talk infinitely in this same kind of mode, and it's not like I'm really like, you know, getting to any ultimate point or anything. And it's like, it's something that you could do as well. But that's not to say that I don't think this has any value. I guess the fact that I'm doing it, that I'm continuing to do it, indicates that I believe that it has some form of value, not necessarily like traditionally utilitarian value in the practical sense, but like a kind of value that may be somewhat marginal, but marginal in the sense that it like a kind of value that like exists on like the horizon of what we consider valuable in the world, that that I could imagine becoming more recognized as valuable type of activity, and at the risk of sounding sounding narcissistic or like overly confident or something. I guess I'm trying to find things to do that that I think are the most valuable things for me to do in the particular position that I'm in, with whatever particular skills and resources that I might have, and like whatever and what forms of like networks of people that I have in my life, or like my social sphere as it exists, and by social sphere I guess I'm also meaning in the broad sense of like people that might be aware of my other YouTube stuff, or my music or other work. I felt a little a little tinge of strangeness when I referred to it as work, but that's okay. I can stand by that, I guess. So just considering where, like, who I am in particular, and what my place is in the world. I'm trying to find things to do that add some value to the world, that don't already exist, like I guess I'm trying to make things that are different than things that already exist, because I think that that might be the most valuable thing to do with my time here on the world, my time here on Earth. And like I really have considered doing all sorts of things with my life. I've really considered an endless number of options of things that I could be doing with my life, and you can look at the things that I am doing, that I'm at least the things that I'm making public, and know that I've decided that those are the best things to do with my time so far that I have figured out, including this right now. Like whenever I consider something that I could be doing with my time, all these, maybe a thought like that might be spurred on by seeing somebody else in the world who has done something that seems to have contributed a lot to society, and maybe like made the world a better place or something. Which is kind of like my, which is maybe like a definition of success or something. Like a person is successful because they've contributed something useful to society that, in some way, like alleviates suffering or something, or at least appears to. And so I think about, you could say I'm either temporarily inspired or influenced by that, and I'm like, maybe I should be doing something maybe I should be doing what that person's doing, because what they've done, is useful. But often what ensues from that is I realize that because that person's already done that thing, it's probably a little bit less useful for me to do it again, or to repeat or imitate it, because it's like that work already exists in the world, and also the the idea and the possibility exists in the world for other people to do and repeat, if whatever work that person has done, you know, might be applicable to different people's situations. And I'm not just referring to like artistic work, or necessarily even creative work. It's just like all sorts of work that people do. And then I, you know, in addition to considering like the kind of what value there might be in me doing what somebody else has done, I also then have to consider my own position in the world, meaning what resources, skills, and connections that I have, and I have to realize that to you know, drastically, that to do something drastically different than what I've already done would require a lot of restructuring in my life that would take a large amount of time and energy, and then so you have to question whether that time and energy spent to restructure your life in order to do something something useful, you have to see whether that's going to cancel out, or if it's going to add up to still being you know, like a net benefit in the end. Like just for example, like what would be a good example? Like if I like for instance, if I saw someone like a certain politician who I thought had like a lot of integrity and was successfully able to like affect some change in the world that was beneficial, that was like, you know, a big net benefit for the world, that was like a result of that person's integrity and commitment to doing good. That might really inspire me, and I would be likely to think for a moment, you know, maybe I should, you know, go into politics or something and affect change in the world. But then, like, immediately after thinking of that, I have to think of all the practical impediments for someone like me in particular to doing that at this stage in my life, and like how difficult that would be, and how much time and energy would be lost in trying to redirect my life into that kind of path of becoming a politician or something. And so, like, pretty immediately I'll just like discount that option and realize that, you know, I'm in a different position. One, I guess that's more about like affecting things culturally, you could say, or like kind of like in a certain marginal way. I'm kind of like in this like really like marginal section of cultural creativity or something like that. if I may be so bold to even ascribe such a anything that profound to what I'm doing. And so I just if I feel inspired by someone doing something like with integrity, then I have to be inspired in kind of a more general and broad sense too, like, do what I do with integrity, or hard work, or commitment, or whatever that particular aspect that I admired about someone else was. And so usually I for the past for many years it's mostly like I more or less continue doing what I'm doing, even if I feel inspired by other people doing things that are very different. And it's not that I don't change myself, but it's like I've become less and less prone to like trying to drastically change my life. Maybe because I'm increasingly like aware of how I can use my life in the way that it is for some kind of benefit, hopefully. It's kind of like at every moment there's a chance to like think about the possible benefit of what you're doing. That was a long pause, and when I jumped back into the pause, I started to think about the past things I was talking about as being again another kind of like section of this episode of Walking and Talking, and feeling myself ready to like move on to talking about something else. For a long time there I was talking about things that are relatively abstract. It's pretty abstract, at least in the sense of not so much dealing with the like immediate present. I feel totally fine with that. That doesn't bother me. But I also feel at this moment I feel like more tuned into the more acute present moment, and like listening to myself speak again. And that's like feels like maybe a welcome change or something. And I'm like kind of aware of my bodily state a little bit more right now. Like I'm aware of my brow being furrowed. I think mainly because of the sun shining down. and became a little bit aware of my posture. And now I'm like just checking the recorder to make sure I'm still recording, and I am, and like looking at the battery meter just to, you know, make sure I'm not gonna run out and be going on here without recording. And I'm kind of trying to like adjust my posture and stand straight and unfurl my brow when I can, although it's like it's hard not to squint because it's a little bright. And I'm also just trying to like loosen any excess tension in my body, just to kind of see how that might affect my whole mental state. And with having this feeling that that maybe it'll be a more calm and like still mental state that could potentially affect you in a beneficial way, or at least, you know, maybe contribute to you feeling calm and still at the moment too. And maybe it might even contribute to you kind of paying a little attention to your bodily state, like your posture and your brow. Is your brow furrowed, or is it like relaxed? And I'm kind of like looking back. I'm trying to remember back in the last so-called section of this episode when I was talking about, you know, doing things of value in the world. And I was trying to remember what my bodily state was, like whether it was tense or not. And I think it was, I think I was in a relatively calm state. Maybe not being like directly aware of my state because I was talking about something somewhat abstract. But I was just kind of like trying to remember back and make sure that, you know, while I'm talking about something abstractly that has to do with like doing good in the world, that I'm not like that I'm not like unconsciously emotionally like emitting like tense or like anxious vibes. Oh, here's a lady with a selfie stick. Here's a guy taking a picture of a lady with a selfie stick who's taking a selfie of her, maybe. And like to be if I'm like talking about doing good in the world, like while unconsciously like emitting like anxious, like tense emotions through because I'm unaware of my like bodily state, and I like actually I like unconsciously like feel some anxiety about like whether I'm doing good in the world or not. I don't think that's a good thing, because what it would be doing is stimulating you to think abstractly about doing good in the world, but unconsciously like my emotional energy would also be affecting your emotional state in a way that would make you feel anxious and tense, while I'm distracting your mind with abstract thoughts. And so I think like in that that sort of activity would be maybe, you know, in a sense, like maybe doing harm. And I don't think that I was in a particular, like, I don't think I was in a tense state when I was talking about this stuff. I think I was fairly calm, although my brow was probably furrowed. And if you could see my face while I was talking about that stuff, maybe you could tell that. And I don't think I was like consciously aware of my posture either. But now I'm trying to stay more aware of that, and I'm thinking that the actual content of what I'm saying is like maybe even less important than the kind of like emotional energy that it's coming from, that it's expressing on like on a level that's like more subtle than like the conceptual level. So I'm continuing now to just like try not to like hold excess tension in my body other than what's needed to continue walking and talking. And that feels pretty good. I started to think about now, like, I started to think about if there's any kind of correlation to, you know, me feeling good in the world and what actual good I might be doing in the world. That's a pretty tricky question, because I think everybody would agree that you know, like working hard like doesn't always, you know, feel good while you're doing it. You know, it's almost like, almost by definition, it's work is often something that you don't feel like doing at the moment, but you do it anyway in order to contribute to a better future for yourself and or other people that you're close to, and maybe other people that you're not so close to. But you know, maybe there's like a difference between the ooh, look, a pumpkin. Maybe there's a difference between like the sort of discomfort and stress that might be incurred during work and but also like feeling a deeper sense of purpose that you know, allows you to tolerate that whatever discomfort and stress. Like there, you know, there could be like a type of feeling good that's like maybe a surface level pleasure, like what I would get out of like eating ice cream, but certainly, you know, if I were certainly like the act of me eating ice cream itself, you know, I don't think makes the world a better place. You know, like just me merely experiencing pleasure like all the time, of course, wouldn't make the world a better place, and in fact would probably be totally unsustainable for my like prolonged longevity and well-being, because, you know, experiencing like pure like sensual pleasure all the time usually comes in the form of things that are deleterious in the long term to your health and mental and emotional health. And you know, if those things go away, then you might very well end up being a burden to the world, and end up, you know, inflicting more difficulty and pain on people around you. While I started to say this, it kind of dawned on me, like the kind of like endless analyzing that I could do about any action and like its benefits and detractors in terms of you know, being a benefit to the world or not. Like if I just took like some example of me eating ice cream or something, like I could imagine, you know, some benefit economically to the person that I bought the ice cream from. They'll have a little bit of profit, and that will, you know, improve their life ostensibly, theoretically. And then there's, you know, the resources consumed in producing that ice cream and the packaging that, you know, will have a certain effect on the environment. That could be said to be negative, and maybe like the overall health of maybe my overall health is like affected like slightly negatively because ice cream's not the most healthy thing to eat. But, you know, maybe in some, and so maybe, you know, that's gonna decrease the amount of good that I'm contributing to the world. But, you know, maybe there's some context where, in which, you know, I'm like emotionally depleted, and the pleasurable experience of eating ice cream is actually just what I need to like replenish emotionally, or take, you know, have like a sort of like emotional break from like the difficult existential, you know, facing reality head on. Might be, you know, having some ice cream might be a cure to like anhedonia, and so like maybe there's some context in which that would be like overall a benefit for me or something like that, and so then I would be emotionally replenished to like go contribute some good to the world. And you know, but maybe then it's bad for me to necessarily like rely on something like ice cream in order to emotionally replenish, and maybe it would be more beneficial to develop other coping mechanisms for stabilizing my emotional health that are more sustainable than eating ice cream, and more beneficial to my physical health overall in the long term than eating ice cream. So it's like, you know, any little example that I can think of, like, just opens up this endless interpretations of whether it's good or bad. But of course, you know, maybe I can try to think of an example that's that's more clear cut, like just walking up to a stranger and punching them in the face. That, you know, immediately that strikes me as like it would be overall you know, negative impact in the world, because, you know, it cause physical pain to the other person, and like definitely some emotional suffering. You know, it could even be like traumatizing. But, you know, like, what if in some, like, what if there's some possible scenario where in the long run that was some kind of benefit, like, you know, inexplicably you're walking outside and inexplicably some stranger comes up to you and out of nowhere punches you in the face and runs away. And you know, it's painful and like surprising and unpleasantly surprising, and you'll have all these questions in your head of like, why did that happen? You know, like, what was that person thinking? What caused them to do that? And why me? You know, why me specifically? Why did I get punched in the face? And that would be, you know, it would probably be a really difficult thing to deal with. But, you know, maybe there's some scenario in which overall it could, you know, be of some benefit of that person to have to go through that difficulty of dealing with that incident. Like I'm just speculating, like maybe overall, like it like disrupts their habitual mode of thinking in a way that turns out to be positive overall, or it forces them to deal with some kind of harsh reality in a way that they weren't facing before, and like depending on how they deal with it, maybe in the end they like become a stronger, more confident and loving person. But, you know, that's all like it's of course like so speculative that I don't think I can't imagine the scenario in which like I would ever do that. to a complete stranger who, wasn't doing anything wrong. I can, because, there's like, that's a possibility that it was good for them overall, but like, there's also a great possibility that it's bad for them overall, and like just leads to some kind of trauma and like negative effects for them after that, which like radiate outward negatively to the people that they're around. And so of course I would never do anything like that. I can't imagine possible scenarios where someone was doing something where getting punched in the face could be good for them. Like they were already doing something harmful for themselves and other people around them. Where somehow like maybe punching them in the face might be an appropriate thing to kind of like shock them out of what they're doing. But in all likelihood, in most scenarios, there's probably better ways to deal with that. But I wouldn't discount the possibility. I wouldn't discount the possibility of me punching somebody in the face for the benefit, for the overall benefit of the world. But I've digressed a lot, or not a lot, but I've gone into one little rabbit hole that was a hole within a different hole that I wanted to go into. So I've dug myself out of the hole of talking about punching someone in the face, but I'm still in the hole of this question of whether there's some correlation between me feeling good and like benefiting the world. And immediately as I said that, I just think of all sorts of complexities that are wrapped up in this issue that could really take a lifetime to unpack. Like so one basic thing, of course, we need to distinguish between feeling good as in feeling pleasure and feeling good as in feeling a sense of purpose. So it's pretty obvious to me that if there were a correlation between feeling good and benefiting the world, it would be correlated with feeling a sense of purpose, not correlating with feeling like constant pleasure. And I'm not saying that like you can't have any pleasure, or I'm not saying that pleasure and a sense of purpose are mutually exclusive by any means. But I'm saying that if there is a correlation with benefiting the world in the long term, it would be with purpose rather than pleasure. So now we can question: is there a correlation between feeling purpose and benefiting the world? And as I'm saying this, like infinite complexities are already unfolding in my mind about this issue, like for example, we could probably imagine plenty of examples where a person appears to us to like it seems like there's examples where a person seems to feel purpose, but what they're doing is very questionable in terms of whether it's benefiting the world. You know, of course, like, people are of many different views on this. Like, I'm sure that many soldiers in the army feel a great sense of purpose in what they're doing. But many people would disagree that serving in the army is necessarily beneficial to the world, especially if it involves violence. Many people would say that, you know, if you are doing violent things, then you're hurting the world, and even if you feel some sense of purpose in doing that. And then many other people would disagree and say something along the lines of that violence is necessary and important in order to benefit the world overall, and that their sense of purpose is what compels them to commit those violent things, because they feel that it will benefit the world overall. And maybe for another example, maybe there's a I'm very certain that most, if not all, conservationists or people doing conservationist work feel a sense of purpose in what they're doing, but you know, many people might say that their conservation work, like, is inhibiting business or inhibiting the growth and development of society, by you know, like, keeping resourceful, by preventing resource-rich land from being utilized for human society. And so they would say that that has a negative impact in the world. So, I mean, just by those couple examples, it becomes apparent that this notion of feeling purpose is a pretty subjective thing. And that the actions that one person does with purpose are often seen by others as being harmful. And there's a huge amount of disagreement in terms of what's beneficial to the world. But if you know this, I don't know, then Like, can I still feel a sense of purpose myself? If I'm like am like kind of continuously aware of how subjective my sense of purpose is, and like I keep you know, seeing other people doing, you know, completely different things than me, and having completely different viewpoints, and I can honestly empathize with them most of the time. Like more and more I can empathize with people that seem like increasingly different and what they think is good in the world. And it really, I think it really does kind of soften, it softens my thinking about how the world works, because like I keep seeing like and so many complexities surrounding every single issue, that trying to find a thing to do that that I could say for sure is like benefiting the world overall, like, you know, its net impact over the long haul, is almost impossible. And the things, but I guess that process like has definitely like informed the things that I do choose to do with my time. And now still investigating this question of like whether there's correlation between feeling purpose and benefiting the world. You know, take this example of me. Like really having my own sense of purpose, like being kind of like broken apart and destroyed many times, and like continually being like weakened and softened by my exposure to different viewpoints, and like and empathizing with them. And it's almost like it's almost as if it does kind of yeah, really like weaken my sense of purpose. And so, you know, I wouldn't say that my sense of purpose is very strong in what I'm doing, like in these videos that I'm making. Like just because you know, at any moment I feel so aware of kind of like the fact, like both the subjectivity of like why the subjectivity of why I'm doing what I'm doing, you know, like how how my own, whatever worldviews that I have that have led me to be doing this, how kind of insignificant they are, in that they are just one of like myriad, and also being aware of like all the kind of factors that are kind of beyond my control that have influenced my life to where it is, and to lead to me doing this. So, but like maybe I could venture to say, maybe, nah, I was gonna say I could maybe venture to say that like there's possibly some kind of like meta sense of purpose, or sense of meta purpose or something, and trying to like keep myself open to other viewpoints, and keep myself aware of this subjectivity of my sense of whatever sense of purpose I might have, and the subjectivity of my viewpoints, and perhaps it's that like what I'm calling like meta purpose that is behind what I'm doing. If I may attach such profundity to myself. And so, but I also have this feeling that you know, you could entirely lack purpose and still be benefiting the world too. Like if you are doing something in your life, and you feel like you don't have a sense of purpose in what you're doing, you could say that you lack purpose, and you notice yourself lacking purpose. That in itself is not a bad thing, because it's you know, that's like the first like requisite for you being able to find purpose. You know, like it might cause you to change what you're doing, or to, you know, to consider other options of what you could do with your time. And so, you know, like if you are perceiving a lack of purpose in yourself, that's actually an evidence of like an emerging sense of purpose. Like a sense of purpose that isn't like that maybe your actions aren't yet aligned with a sense of purpose that you're discovering in yourself. And so you may need to like you might need to make some slight changes in your life to align your actions with your sense of purpose, or you might need to make drastic changes in your life to align yourself with your sense of purpose. Or it's even possible that you discover a sense of purpose in what you're doing that you didn't have a sense of purpose before. Like it could be like just a very subtle shift in perception, you know, where you could be doing on the surface, you might be doing exactly the same thing that you were doing before, but you discover a sense of purpose in it that totally changes your relationship with what you're doing, and totally changes your relationship with like with the world and yourself. So I guess I there's maybe some problems with saying that like feeling a sense of purpose is correlated with benefiting the world. You know, there's problems with the subjectivity of that purpose, and there's the problem of like a perceived sense of purpose and an actual sense of purpose. Like as I just talked about, the a perceived lack of purpose could actually be evidence of possessing a real sense of purpose, but your actions aren't yet aligned with that, and that's why you perceive a lack of purpose. And conversely, someone could have could perceive themselves as having a sense of purpose, but maybe, you know, that could maybe be like kind of like self-created sense of purpose, like in order to kind of rationalize something that they're doing. Like it could not necessarily be a deep sense of purpose. Like it could be like it's possible that someone has kind of like just kind of artificially maintaining an illusion of purpose in what they're doing, or trying to project outwardly a sense of purpose in what they're doing, when perhaps on a deep level they don't actually feel a sense of purpose in what they're doing. I'm just kind of thinking about I guess I'm just kind of thinking about whether possessing a real and deep sense of purpose, like what that means. And, you know, I guess that means like just feeling a real sense of like desire and or compulsion to make your time in the world be of an overall benefit to other beings. I think that's what I'm saying. And as I say that, I'm also not... I don't believe that that's an ultimate value, actually. I think maybe I do. Maybe I do and I don't. And I'll try to explain. I think a lot of people would agree that the desire to like do the most good that you can in the world is kind of like an ultimate value or thing to go by. Regardless of all the complexities and subjectivities surrounding what is doing good in the world. But I would say that when you start to really deeply investigate what really benefit is, like what is good ultimately, for me the notion of good starts to break down. Like trying to do the deepest level of good that you can in the world. Like the deeper that I go in terms of like thinking about what's the deepest level of good that I could orient myself towards as a goal for achieving in my life, it seems to break down and become like it starts to become indistinguishable from bad at a certain level. And one way to kind of approach what I'm talking about and hopefully make it a little bit more clear is that generally what people one thing that generally I'd say like the ultimate standard by which people measure what's good and what's not is like things that are life affirming and things that are engendering of life as a whole are considered good. Of course, people generally agree that killing is bad and that saving life is good. And then, they're always there. But even within that seems pretty clear cut. There's examples where that starts to become you can think of scenarios where that becomes like morally a gray area or morally questionable. One example that happens all the time is like in war or in violent acts, like there's the question of, is there ever a reason to commit an act of violence or even killing that might lead towards a more ultimate good? Like, for example, like if we could go back in time and prevent the Holocaust by killing Hitler, and maybe like killing other like high-level Nazis or something. you know, if we determined that yes, that could like prevent the Holocaust, then like we would probably say that that would be an ultimate benefit. But you know, that's still of course ascribing to the notion of morality, where life engendering actions are good, because you know, one could very easily argue that in that situation, if you knew that you could stop the Holocaust by killing Hitler and you didn't, you would be actually committing a much greater act of violence by allowing the Holocaust to take place. So of course I'm not trying to advocate for any sort of like simple like moral equivalency between like killing somebody or not killing somebody. I'm trying to think now of. I'm trying to clarify in my own mind what I'm actually thinking about, and how to articulate it. And what it boils down to, I think, is the question of whether life itself is inherently good and valuable. Like, and there are, you know, there are questions about this. Like, if someone comes into the world and experiences a lifetime of profound suffering and no joy, would it actually have been better overall if they had not come into the world? Like, and let's posit, for example, someone is born into the world and experiences only suffering throughout their life and no joy, and additionally they weren't able to help anyone else in the world. They weren't able to increase the joy or decrease the suffering of anybody else in the world. So it would seem like there would be less suffering in the world if that person had not come into existence. And we could posit another example wherein somebody comes into the world and maybe that person experiences joy and pleasure and happiness, but they inflict a much greater degree of suffering on other people around them during their lives. And so you could argue that there would be less suffering in the world if they had not come into existence at all. And I do think there's some truth. There may be some validity to saying that that life necessarily entails some amount of suffering. Everybody's life. Like, I don't think that a person can go through life without feeling suffering. And so, but you know, if we want to try and determine whether life is indeed worth living at all, it seems like we would kind of have to find a way to quantify the net amount of joy and happiness versus the amount of pain and suffering that they experience. And then, you know, one way to approach this logically would be that, you know, if a person in their life experiences a net amount of joy and happiness that is greater than the net amount of suffering and pain that they experience in life, then their life was indeed worth living. And then after that, you would also probably, I suppose it'd be important to take into account the amount of joy and happiness versus the amount of pain and suffering that they impacted to other beings during their life. But, you know, even that, then there's still even questions about that. Like, even if someone did experience more suffering than they did joy, then, you know, there still might be some question about whether their life was still worth it, even if they did experience more suffering. Does that question rest upon whether they, you know, impacted more joy to other people in the world? Like, for example, we could think of people in history that, you know, suffered Great Depression, pain and misery in their life, that contributed something to the world that was very beneficial, that we value a lot. You know, like it comes to mind, like certain like artists who suffered greatly in their life, but like contributed works of arts that have been very valued. Or contributed something that was, you know, considered that brought about insight about life or something, or insight about something that seemed to benefit the world. So we could address the question of, like, what if somebody came into life, experienced more suffering than pain, and also impacted more suffering than they did joy in their life? It still actually seems like slightly questionable to me. To go ahead and say that actually, like, it would have been better for them not to come into existence. Like, on a logical level, if you could somehow determine that logically their coming into existence was a net added net suffering to the world, then logically you could say, yeah, it would have been better if they had not come into the world, but it seems like it might be nearly impossible to say that a particular person's existence is a net suffering in the world. Like, even with the example of like Hitler, he's like a commonly used example of an individual who created an enormous amount of death and destruction and suffering. But there's this question of like, had that of what would have happened if that individual were not present. Like, was it just like that individual's presence that perpetuated all this suffering and death and destruction? Or, are there, of course there are other factors involved. Like, there's, you had to have a huge number of people like willing to go along with what Hitler was like spearheading. You had to have all these conditions in place for this tragedy to take place. And so, like, there's this question of like, had that particular individual not, been born, it seems very possible that like some other individual could have taken his place, and things could have played out like very similarly, or could have played out a little differently, but like just as destructive or something, I can imagine. And like, this is by no means like I am by no means like being some kind of apologist or trying to like in any way like down. Of course, I'm not trying to downplay the tragedy of the Holocaust, and I'm not trying to downplay like Hitler's role in it or something. But I'm trying to like I guess maybe I'm trying to like what am I trying to say? I guess it's kind of like it's kind of as if like you can't just like extract like certain segments of reality and like as being like totally disconnected from everything else that's going on, and like it's often like it's often pretty hard to like just like isolate evil and like remove it without having like without having other effects that that you can't really predict. And that like often end up being pretty harmful in themselves. And like, I can think about U.S. military actions that have been aimed at, like isolating and removing evil abroad, and and them like being successful in like removing like particular like individuals or groups, or like removing them from power. But then like that action like having this like these like rippling effects that like turned like really harmful. There's just all these complexities, that are attached with something that you perceive as evil, and there's so many connections with the rest of the world that like you try to remove one element, you try to like delete one element from the world, and like it causes all these other problems. I think I've definitely strayed a little off of an issue that I was trying to get at before, but I've gone down a kind of a different rabbit hole, and I'm just going to have to wrap up this rabbit hole by without necessarily offering any solution. Ow. I'm grabbing some rose hips to eat here because they look like really vividly red orange. I'm just gonna munch on them. Ooh. Here's the inside. It's really bright out. The issue I was trying to get at before was the question of whether life is inherently good and valuable. And then trying to answer that question in order to kind of get some clarity about whether like benefiting the world is an ultimate value, and if so, what is like, how do you approach that, and like what is the most ultimate benefit? Like how do you orient yourself like towards that end? So another complicating factor towards this issue of whether life has inherent value is the fact that the definition of what life is not totally black and white. At least if you ask me. You know, of course, there's all this issue, like, comes into the public sphere very visibly surrounding the issue of abortion, and you know, at what stage is a developing embryo or fetus or even egg considered to be a living being? And you know, I think the truth is that there's no you know, clear line from when between when something is an egg and when it's, like, you know, a separate human. Like when it's merely like a part of the mother, and when it's its own being. Like there's no exact dividing line. If you ask me. And then similarly, at the end of life, like when is a person gone? Like if somebody is totally brain dead, but their body is, like, being kept alive by machines, like, is that still a life? Is there still any consciousness there? If there's not, is that still a person with an identity? And so, like, you know, that becomes this intense moral issue of, you know, when to pull the plug on a dying patient or a comatose person. And I can really appreciate right now why these are such heated issues. Abortion, you know, especially abortion. Because, like, attached to that issue is like this really important question of, like, what life is and whether it's inherently valuable or not. And that's an important question, because, like, the answer to that is, like, something that we really, like, base a lot of fundamental beliefs on, that, like, and that you know, kind of, like, guide the way that we relate to the world. Rose hips are really high in vitamin C. And like apples and roses are in the same family of plant, and the rose family. And rose hips taste like vaguely similar to apples to me, but they're like more squishy and more floral tasting to me. They're, of course, like this one's like full of seeds, which I don't want to eat, as the seeds contain a really small amount of cyanide. Not really enough to affect you in a bad way, I don't think. But not really. The seeds aren't really like, don't really give anything good to you to eat. But the flesh does. I was just thinking right now that this episode of Walking and Talking feels a little bit different to me than past ones, and that like I've like kind of talked about issues that are like you know, really hotly debated and talked about issues, which I often avoid those issues in Walking and Talking, and I often don't talk much about them at all. But in this case, it felt like to me, whoa, there's some stinky liquid. In this case, it seemed like they kind of arose pretty naturally, just from my own thought process, like my own thoughts of like interacting with my immediate world. Like those things are connected, and I feel kind of able right now to talk about them in a way that like I feel is a fairly good representation of my thinking about them at this moment. But I would like to finish up any trains of thought that I've started, and try not to leave too many open ends. You want some barbecue sauce? And so I guess I was talking about both abortion and end of life considerations as illustrations of the kind of non black and white non-definitiveness of what life is. But for some people, I think it might be helpful to kind of further illustrate things that kind of like show that fuzzy line. Like I guess what most people would consider life, I guess it would be requires that something be like organic and like a biological being that like persists in its environment, and like maintains the integrity of its pattern of being despite a chaotic environment. That's almost kind of like a definition that gets into the physics and thermodynamics. Like on the surface, life seems to kind of defy entropy. Like we look at the non-living world, you know, we look at the inanimate world, so-called, and see processes taking place that lead towards chaos, you know. You know, the dissipation of energy, order moving towards chaos. That's entropy. But living beings seem to defy that. They like maintain organization of themselves. Their form persists despite the chaos around them. Until they die. Once that form, once a living being's form dissipates, that's when we would say that it dies. Like when a body decomposes, or when a plant decomposes. It's really like it's as if death is kind of synonymous with the form of something giving way to entropy and merging into the inanimate world, becoming disorganized, moving towards chaos, you know, like a body turning into dirt in the ground. So like, you know, on the surface it seems like life is you know, life is like to stay alive for any organism is like to temporarily defy entropy, is what it appears like. And so because of that, we kind of think about life as being inexplicable, like a special thing, and it differentiates the living things from the non-living things. And so, you know, there is a real kind of distinction you can make that's pretty observable. You know, like I'm giving you some like kind of marginal cases where the distinction, gets a little blurry, but obviously it's pretty easy to observe a real difference between a living human being and like a rock or like a pile of dirt. And the distinction is in this like quality of like, I don't know, of like maintaining a pattern or something like that. Although like, I guess that's hard to say, because like a rock can of course maintain its form even longer than a human can. That's kind of weird. It's actually like, in a physical sense, a living being actually changes its form a lot more than a rock does. In fact, a living being like, cycles through all the matter that makes up his form, whereas a rock, more or less contains the same matter for its whole existence. Like how they say like every 7 years a human being, you don't have any of the same atoms in your body, supposedly, that you did 7 years ago. Like, you're not made of the same matter that you were when you were born. So it's like the actual matter that makes you up can't define your identity. And it also can't define what's alive about you, because like, the same matter that makes up your body existed before your body. Like you acquired that matter, became a part of you mostly through eating. You had to like incorporate it into your body through eating, and it's going to leave your body, in the form of like defecating, like flaking off your skin, cutting your hair, and then eventually when your whole body decomposes and that matter's, going to return to being inanimate. So it's certainly not the physical matter that delineates life from non-life. And there's even this question of like, and also like, even the persistence of form doesn't necessarily indicate life, because there's many inanimate forms that persist much longer than any living being does, like rocks, or even like man-made things, like that railing there is probably going to stay there. It's probably going to continue to be a railing for longer than my life, most likely. And like, can we say that it's about moving around or something? It's moving, it's growing. Crystals grow. Crystals grow and they're organized, but we don't consider them life. I guess maybe one thing that I'm getting at here is that it seems apparent to me that living things obey all the same physical laws, laws of nature that all the inanimate matter in the universe obeys as well. We're not like no living thing is exempt from any of the physical laws that govern the universe. And I don't think it's consciousness either that delineates life from non-life. That becomes really blurry when you get into like the so-called lower life forms. Like there's a question of like, is a mosquito conscious? Is a plant conscious? Is like a single-celled organism conscious? Like the quality of consciousness of like a plant or a single-celled organism or even of like an insect, I don't think is anything we can like imagine in terms of our own consciousness. We can't like we can't really like apply our own model of consciousness that we derive from our own experience to a being that's as different from us in its in its structure as like an insect or a plant, or especially a single-celled organism that doesn't have like a nervous system, and certainly doesn't have a brain. Like Douglas Hofstadter in his book I Am a Strange Loop kind of uses this example of a mosquito, and like a mosquito's like neurological structure doesn't involve anything that's much more complex than like certain programmed responses to certain stimulants, like smell of blood is gonna draw it near, seeing something move quickly toward it, it's gonna cause it to fly away. Seeing a potential mate is gonna draw it. It's like such a simple organism that like whatever we could think of as a mosquito's consciousness is not much more than a certain set of life functions that are programmed into it. And you could almost like, if you had the facility, like parse out everything in its brain, everything in its entire being as like being programmed out in like a physical way. Like you could, if you had the capacity, you could view all the neurons in a mosquito, like, you know, every bit of matter in a mosquito, as being the source of the way that it behaves the way that it does. That is, you could analyze the mosquito's brain completely with enough capacity, and it probably would be, I imagine that it would probably be less complicated than, you know, some computers that we've built today, and some like whatever like rudimentary models of AI that are in development now or whatever. I'm kind of imagining might be more complex than a mosquito. And so like there's this question of like, is there a difference there of a mosquito have like experiencing the world and having like a sense of itself that, like, say like a computer model of AI doesn't have? And some people would probably say, yeah, like that animals have experience that computers don't. But on that level of simplicity of an animal, like, my feeling is that experience is like, their experience of having a subjectivity is like so simplified that it's like starting to get a little bit indistinguishable from non-experience, basically, from something that we consider inanimate, like for instance a computer. And some people would say that there's actually a fundamental difference of whether something has interiority or not, but I don't really believe that myself. And like, you know, like you would probably you might want to disagree, and you could say like, listen, I obviously, you know, have an interiority, I have identity, I experience things, I have a subjectivity. There's like a me inside my body somewhere here that like experiences things. And that's like indisputable. And you know, I certainly won't discount your experience of reality, and you know, it's as real as you experience it. And even just the fact that I am here addressing you and using the word you, and I'm talking and like to you who I'm imagining listening, is evidence that like I believe in your interiority. But I believe in it only to the same level that I believe in my own interiority, which I believe that the experience of it is of course real, but that it is also a construction and it's a construction that has occurred due to matter and energy playing out in accordance to the exact same laws that govern the rest of reality, and that your experience of reality, like the act of you experiencing and perceiving reality, like that experience is not actually separated from the essence of reality, from the essence of the reality that you are perceiving. Like that is the exterior that you perceive. I believe that the interiority that you perceive is completely connected to the exteriority, and even the experience of being separate, the experience of being separate identity, being a separate self that experiences an other, is a kind of phenomena that, like a kind of emergent phenomena that's emerged from that has just like emerged from the universe with no like without any inherently like different quality than the qualities that are possessed by, you know, inanimate matter, such as like stars and galaxies and space dust and like a piece of trash on the ground. Maybe I'll go sit in one of these chairs for a moment. If you've just been listening to the audio and you're able to look at the video for a moment, you might appreciate this piece of public art here, because I appreciate it. I enjoy this. I'm still feeling very lucky to be able to be doing this right now. And I feel happy because I've been talking about a lot of things that feel important to me, that are things that I like feel compelled to think about. And I'm finding myself kind of articulating them in ways that I've never thought of before, maybe. And I'm kind of enjoying how ideas are coming out that seem maybe more fully formed than in some of the past episodes of Walking and Talking. Like I'm feeling able to maintain a certain continuity and like kind of fully investigate one issue after another, one idea after another, and like do it justice, and like really like approach something from a lot of different angles, and then it's kind of like naturally leading to another thing. But like I'm liking I'm enjoying the pacing of how I've been moving between different ideas and issues. And like in this moment when I'm sitting in this chair here, and I'm kind of like just analyzing this episode of Walking and Talking itself. It's interesting because it feels to me like it's the quality of taking a break from talking about certain issues that like are a little difficult to think about, like require a certain amount of like focus, but also like thinking about them like even kind of leads me down this kind of path of like dissipation of my own sense of identity, and like and of course I can't like completely dissipate my own sense of identity or something, because like there wouldn't, or maybe I could, I don't know, there might not be anything like a person here left to keep like talking to you as a person. But maybe that could happen in some sense if like some sort of sense of merging takes place between our identities. But I wonder if that feeling of merging is still possible with me using the same sort of language that is referential to another. Like if I address you, if I say you, it seems to like that refers to a certain degree of separation. Or just, I wonder if talking in general, if me using language at all stimulates the kind of stimulates certain like thoughts of identity or feelings of identity, or like reaffirming identity. I'm not sure. There might be a way out of that. I still notice, maybe from time to time, I still notice like myself engaged in some kind of thinking about my image, or thinking about myself in a self-conscious way of like wondering how you might be judging me. But you know, in the past while, I haven't been that's been off my mind, as I've just been talking about other things. And I guess it's kind of nice to realize. It's nice to realize that I've like, you know, gone like 20 or 30 minutes or something like without feeling some kind of like self-conscious thought. It's not that you know, feeling self-conscious is entirely a bad thing, or that it's never warranted or something. But I know that it's like useful sometimes to forget about it in order to delve into something else. And my guess is maybe that when I am not feeling self-conscious, that's also, that would also maybe stimulate you to not feel self-conscious. That's kind of a guess that I have. And that if I'm unconsciously feeling self-conscious, like I'm engaged in like a lot of like image management without being totally aware of it or something like that, but emotionally, I'm like exuding some kind of anxiety around that. I could imagine that might stimulate some similar emotions or feelings of self-consciousness in yourself, which is not something I would like to do. So I've been talking a lot about the notion of identity and the experience of, just basically the experience of having a subjectivity of like, and seeing yourself as a self that has differentiation from the rest of the world. And saying how I feel that I kind of believe that is kind of a very complex function of the human mind that has evolved in us as a species over thousands of years, and also that evolves in us as individuals throughout our development through life. Like from an infant to an adult, a sense of identity develops. Like, I can't remember being a baby. I can't remember being an infant, much less being in the womb or something. And the farther back in my life, the fuzzier the memories are. And I think that attests to the function of memory in creating our sense of identity. And I think it attests to how weak or even absent our sense of identity is when we are an infant. And it's that, and like the process of, along with the process of like your body growing and interacting with the world in whatever way it does, like that interaction with the world, which can be explained entirely in physical terms if you want to, can also be explained entirely like conceptual terms, can be explained in neurological terms. All of these things, if you want, can be reducible to physics, or like reduced to a material objective worldview. These processes that take place over the course of your development as an individual shape your sense of identity, give you this feeling of being an individual. And I think that sense of identity, is totally functional for the purpose of maintaining your form. It's necessary for your form to perpetuate in the world, in a world that is full of chaos. If you didn't have this sense of I am separate, then that car that's driving, then you would have absolutely zero reason to stop walking in front of a moving car, and you would die, because there wouldn't be a you there to care about your life, because there wouldn't be a your life. And so without this sense, without this feeling of interiority, this feeling of like, I am a me experiencing the world, there would be no driving factor for this form to continue. And so my feeling, and I guess belief is like that, the subjectivity that we feel, and the like kind of physical phenomenon of our body and brain are inseparable. And you know, if you drastically altered the structure of the brain, you would drastically alter the experience of subjectivity. And you know, people have been known to have experiences within their life where that feeling of separation is temporarily absent. Like what people call peak experiences or spiritual experiences. That people might have, that maybe they have been cultivating intentionally through like meditation or contemplative prayer, or other practices, could lead towards this temporary cessation of the experience of being separate from the rest of the world. That's been a pretty confirmed and documented thing. And also, you know, people have been known to have such peak experiences without intentionally trying to cultivate them. You know, maybe it's like triggered by some event in their life. For instance, like a near-death experience. Some people have had near-death experiences, and then it's profoundly impacted their conception of their self and their conception of reality in a way that leads to more feeling of connection. So like all these are all reasons why I feel that whatever sense of separation that I have from the rest of the world, that sense of separation, like, is in fact like a very natural phenomenon, and in being such is like 100% connected with the rest of the world. And also that experience itself is not other than what is being experienced and what is doing the experiencing. I just look like somebody who's like walking continuously doing a selfie, which is essentially what I'm doing. I'm just like doing basically doing a 4-hour-long selfie. But you know, or maybe it's like a 4-hour-long no selfie. If you catch my drift. Here's a sign on a bus that says the civilized commute. The civilized commute. So I guess this question of, you know, as much as I'm talking here about identity and selfhood being like not necessarily like ultimately real or something, I have to admit that. As a friend of mine recently said, love is real and pain is real. Like, if you're experiencing a great deal of pain and suffering, you cannot just kind of conceptualize it away by saying, oh, it's all just a construction. You know, that's like a manifestation of my, you know, all the suffering is only just a manifestation of my constructed experience of selfhood that is actually only a manifestation of the connectedness of the universe. You know, you can't really just like conceptualize it away that, you know, like the you could like know all this conceptually and still like experience a great deal of pain and suffering. And like when you experience that, it's like that's like unavoidably real. And you know, like also I think that feelings of love and joy like may be unavoidably real. And like if I feel a very strong love for someone, or I feel a very strong love like for more than just one individual, but like for like a lot of people, or like maybe I even feel love for like everyone. I could maybe like humble myself by saying like that's all a certain like neurological like construction or something that I've that exists within me. It's all due to certain like neurotransmitters firing. But it wouldn't really like, I could conceptualize it away and I could reduce it to the physical world. I could reduce it to physical phenomena happening in my brain. But that doesn't, you know, diminish how real it would feel. I'm going to replace the batteries and then I'll continue this thought. Just a moment. So it's not as if I'm trying to, I'm not trying to reduce the experience of subjectivity into mere physicality. But it's more that I'm trying to like show their inseparability. And like knowing their inseparability, like I kind of see my own consciousness as being an emergent phenomenon from the world, and kind of like if the world is a sheet of fabric. It's like a bunching up of the fabric, like a little, like if I pulled up, like if my shirt is reality, I like grab a bunch like that. That bunch is like my identity, my consciousness, and you know, because it's bunched up, it bends over, and it looks at the world. You know, it looks at the rest of the shirt. See, here it is. That's me. That's looking at the rest of the shirt. That rest of the shirt is a reality. Actually, I'm totally connected, and I'm like totally a part of that reality. And even my own ability to perceive the rest, my perception of the rest as other, is none other than the quality of the fabric of reality. It's only the quality of the fabric of reality that allows this bunching up to occur, such that it even has the possibility of perceiving itself. Like the nature of experience, the nature of your experience and my experience is none other than reality just perceiving itself. And at some point, you know, our subjectivities are going to dissipate when we die, and that little bunching up, you know, is just going to like flatten out into the same reality that we think of as inanimate, but in actuality, none of the fundamental nature of reality, which is also the fundamental nature of ourselves, has changed one bit. Like the qualities, the fundamental qualities that of our life, our subjectivity, our experience, are the same fundamental qualities of the rest of reality, and death will not change that. It's like It's merely that we're like a particular like wave, like if the water here is reality, like each one of us is a wave. I know this is like a hackneyed metaphor. At least to me, it seems like I've read about this in like Buddhist thought and stuff a bunch of times, and so it might seem kind of like hackneyed to some people, but I think it's a good metaphor. Like the wave, you know, crests above the surface of reality, and then it like looks down and it perceives the other, and then it eventually like subsides back into reality. But the whole time, like the all of that is merely an expression of the quality of the water. You know, like your existence, your life, your experience, your subjectivity is a manifestation of the fundamental nature of reality. I'm zooming in here on the little space capsule. I think that's what it is. It's hanging off the side of this big giant ship. There's a space capsule, and then back there's a bunch of airplanes. So I guess that's the sort of type of thinking that to me, I think I would say is a little bit more fundamental to the issue of good and bad, and the issue of like how to spend your time being alive, how to spend your time in the world, than the question of like whether life is sacred or not, like whether life is a special sacred thing or not. And I would say that, like, yes, life is special and sacred, but like no more so than is like the fundamental nature of reality. Like it's sacred and special and valuable because it is an expression of reality, because it is reality perceiving itself. But like for me, having this belief that like when I die, nothing fundamentally is lost from reality. Like maybe plays some kind of like influence in how I live or how I choose to spend my time, and what kind of moral decisions I make. And I would say that like my overall moral decision making is probably correlated. It probably relates more to the question of like how do I decrease net suffering in reality and increase net joy, more than how do I preserve life. And it's not that those things are necessarily like exclusive. They're certainly not I certainly haven't come to any kind of conclusion that like life is nothing but suffering, and that it would be better for there, and therefore there would be less suffering in the world if there were no life. I haven't quite come to that conclusion. And then even if I did come to that conclusion, that it would be preferable for there not to exist life, because then there would be no suffering. It would not follow that the action to follow, would be to try to contribute to everybody dying as soon as possible. Because it's a very different thing for life to not manifest and not come into existence than to like for one person to try and end another's life. Those are two very different things with a total different set of consequences. Here's I believe this is a carnelian cherry tree. It's definitely some sort of dogwood. Pretty sure it's a carnelian cherry. I'm gonna try and eat one of these things because I'm pretty certain it's not poisonous. It's pretty sour. It's very sour. It's too sour for me to want to eat any more of them. But I'm glad I tried it. Wow, this tree is really loaded with them. These ones are bigger, much bigger. So I'm gonna see if I can find a really ripe one. It seems like the ripest ones have fallen on the ground. This one fell right off as soon as I touched it, which is a clue that it's probably pretty ripe. Still pretty sour. I feel like I maybe have gotten to maybe almost as good of an answer as I'm gonna get anytime soon for like the biggest couple of questions that I was asking in this episode, namely those being about the inherent value of life or not, and how do we consider doing net good in the world? How do we approach that? I feel like I've for the most part got to the root of what I think about that. But maybe for a little bit more clarification about about how I would derive any kind of moral direction from my conception of what life is, what consciousness is. Could be in order. So if like my moral direction is based on alleviating suffering over the long run, like in the big picture, how do I go about doing that? And I don't even really want to get into citing like specific examples here, because you know every well, not every, but like difficult moral questions like have so many complexities attached to, you know, every decision you could make, every action you could take, have all these consequences like rippling down, and like rarely is any action so clear cut that it has only positive consequences and no negative consequences. And often if there is such a clear-cut thing, it's like not even a question, we just do it automatically. But you know, there's always this question of like, how informed are we about what kind of consequences every action has? How much do we know about you know, its consequences? How removed are we from those consequences? We'll have a bias towards the immediate effect as opposed to the long-term effect. Like, you know, when we make some decision about, you know, whether to eat a bowl of cheese fries or to get the green salad. You know, there's like a push-pull between like immediate satisfaction and a more long-term benefit. You know, I feel like these things go without saying, kind of, and I'm not sure how productive it's going to be to like hash out that sort of thing. Because like every single situation is like, you know, every decision is, you know, completely unique in the consequences that it will have, and also like in the person making it. The person that's making any decision is just going to have to use their own experience, their own knowledge and perspective as best they can to try and make the best decision they can. I think that goes without saying as well. So it's almost if I don't really have like, you know, any specific advice about anything. I mean, unless I I could have specific advice conditionally if someone has a specific problem and they're looking for a specific outcome. Maybe if it's something I knew about, I could offer advice in order to help someone get to the specific outcome they're looking for. But like in terms of general overall morality, I of course don't have any prescription of what to do. I just kind of like been talking about the issues that are at stake for me when I try to make decisions. But you know, like even if that resonates with you, the way that would play out in your life would look very much different, because you're a different person with in a different situation. With different values and different worldview and different conception of like how things work. Or for me, like being entirely aware of complexities of any decision, like to such a point where it comes. Sometimes decisions become almost arbitrary. Sometimes, and so I'm like, even sometimes big decisions that like have a big effect on the circumstances of my life. If I try to weigh all the costs and benefits, sometimes I still come up with like a net equal, and it becomes really hard to make a decision just because like I might need to make a decision about something, but it's like the outcomes are not, they have like equal weight in my mind in terms of positive and negative, even though they're very different. But maybe in the past few years that's subsided a little bit for me. Like I used to kind of frequently have like these big life decisions that I was like had tremendous anxiety over, because I would just weigh the options to like infinite complexity, and they would wind up seeming like different but equivalent. And so I would be kind of paralyzed with indecision. But I don't think I've quite had that experience so much in the past few years. Like I've been a little more settled or something. I'm going to take a very brief pause in the video just to check the time, find out how long I've been going. Okay, be right back with you. You know, I'm kind of happy. I looked at the length of the video that I've shot so far, and I was kind of happy to realize that it was 3 hours and 35 minutes. Because that only leaves 25 more minutes to reach my my goal point of 4 hours, and it's almost because I feel like I feel kind of already at some kind of resolution point where I've almost feels like I've established that I don't really like have anything more to say to you. And that's not like, I don't mean for that to come across as like I'm no longer like interested in you, or I'm like no longer caring about your experience. I'm deeply caring about your experience. Like I talked about a lot of like issues like pretty at length, I feel like, in this episode, and as I was kind of explaining each issue, I felt like maybe some kind of like conditional sense of purpose, or like temporary sense of purpose, to kind of finish hashing out each issue and just talk about my thinking about each thing. But like once I didn't necessarily feel like an ultimate sense of purpose, in that like I felt like I didn't feel like talking about those issues like was propelled by a certain agenda that I have, or a certain like prescriptive way of thinking that I have, that I want to like impart on you. And so I've kind of felt like I've come to some kind of like end point of talking about issues or something. Maybe because there were a couple big questions that I was like trying to really answer in depth. And I felt like I did it like to the best extent that I'm going to, at least for today. And it didn't, like, none of those things, I never thought that any of those things were going to lead to like any like kind of prescriptive like message that I want you to come away with, really. It's like, it's almost they kind of like themselves like negate any kind of moral standpoint or something, or like any specific moral standpoint. I guess it's more just like kind of like illustrating a process that goes on for me. But like I have this goal point. I still have this goal point of talking for 4 hours, and I'm discovering now that like the reason for that, I think, is like I'm self-imposing that structure on myself in order to like continue, so that I will like be kind of self-compelled to keep talking, even if I feel some like tiredness of talking or discomfort in talking. but it'll kind of like force me to like, you know, take that amount of time to like investigate things, investigate my own thought, investigate my own process of thinking, and while I'm doing it in an audible way that can be shared by other people, at least, you know, I guess mainly other people that understand the English language. But like now, for example, if I were in my ordinary life, like without this imposed structure of 4 hours on me, I would feel kind of like, I might feel kind of tired of talking, and so I would like probably stop, because I have genuinely come to a point where I'm feeling like there's not anything else that really needs to be said, you know, because I'm not like feeling an urge really to like influence your thinking, really. Kind of because I already like I already have respect for your mode of thinking. But I think by like externally like imposing this time length on myself, it does force me to express my own thinking in a way that I wouldn't otherwise do, probably. And it kind of it forces me to investigate it and like realize things about my thinking myself, and like kind of like be able to develop and articulate these thoughts in a way that's communicable, that I think that could potentially be beneficial for someone, or at least interesting, or lead towards discourse, or like progression of thought, so-called progression. Because like sometimes, how I was saying about how sometimes like some things like start to become certain decisions almost start to become like arbitrary sometimes, when I start to parse out all the complexities of the moral consequences involved. I also recognize that decisions are influenced in a more like immediate self-serving interest, like depending on my bodily state, my emotional state. Like if I start to feel tired of talking, then I might be inclined to kind of rationalize that there's logically nothing more that needs to be said. But like, you know, that's something that like my rationality could be affected by my like immediate emotional or physical state. And so kind of self-imposing this 4-hour time limit is like kind of like my conceptual, my like more like conceptual mind, like imposing a structure on myself. I'm gonna stop here and put my umbrella back up. How's that for narrative symmetry? Ugh. So like imposing a structure on myself is like my conceptual mind just trying to like I guess trying to take a little control over my more like immediate self-serving mind. And so like here I am continuing to talk to you despite like actually feeling kind of like physically tired of talking. Like my throat feels hoarse right now, and it's like not particularly comfortable to be talking right now. It's like progressively gotten a little bit hoarse over these hours. Woo! My umbrella just turned inside out. There it goes. I'm not sure how well you can hear me with all this wind. I do have a windscreen on here, but this is fairly strong wind. My umbrella turned inside out again. Now it's right side out. I guess the rain's not too bad at this moment, and considering the wind, I'm just gonna go ahead and fold up my umbrella because it's too windy to wield. So like here I am continuing to talk to you after having reached a point where I felt like I don't really have anything more to say, but if I had stopped, then you wouldn't be hearing this part. You wouldn't be hearing this like explanation of why the 4-hour goal, why the 4-hour structure. And I'm just continuing to like kind of be aware of my bodily state. I'm getting rained on more now. Like there's a little bit more rain. But I'm kind of just trying. I've accepted that I'm not gonna like use the umbrella because it's so windy, unless it starts to rain much harder. Then maybe I'll try it again. I don't know if you could see that helicopter. I might just kind of like chill under a tree for a second and not allow the rain to kind of like put me in a tense state. Although I don't think I really have a problem with that. It's like kind of relaxing actually, although I do have to pee. Oh, and I'm really thirsty, so I'm going to drink some water. Yeah, my throat feels pretty hoarse. So technically I have 10 more minutes of talking, but I might try and like chill out a little bit on the talking front, just to rest my throat a little bit. So maybe I'll talk a little quieter and like a little slower. Maybe I wasn't drinking enough liquid. Oh, now the rain's picking up. Would you fault me if I just kept walking for another 10 minutes without talking? It's not that bad, actually. I think after drinking water, my throat started feeling a little bit better. For some reason, I feel like carrying out the 4 hours is like some kind of is like fulfilling a certain commitment to you, and also just I guess it also maybe has to do with recognizing like a certain like recognizing a certain like equivalence or something of like everything that of like all the content or something, or trying to purposely like not favor certain content of talking over others. So it's like it's kind of the opposite of a type of video where I would, I would maybe spend a long time composing the words that I was going to say, and I would edit it a lot, and I would choose afterwards what's important to say and what's not important. And this is kind of the opposite of that, where I just include everything that I say in a continuous 4-hour block, just to kind of, I don't know, maybe it's kind of like acknowledging a certain like equal value of all sorts of thoughts, because like a 4-hour period is such a long time in which to like try to like control exactly what I'm saying, and like have a planned speech, or like stay on a particular topic. It's like too long to like really like maintain a real like composure of talking for the whole time. Or like maybe I'm kind of managing to maintain the best composure that I can for these 4 hours, but I can't really, I'm not like editing out anything, and I've gotten to this point in talking where, like I'm not actually like, I don't feel like I'm talking about any kind of like profound issue or anything, but it has gotten to, it is starting to maybe seem kind of interesting to me, like as I am thinking about why I'm doing this 4 hours, and I'm thinking about it in a slightly new way. So that's kind of interesting. But also just to kind of like allow all of the thought process that could happen in 4 hours to be heard and be visible, or, you know, audible at least, as opposed to you know, highly editing and presenting a more like polished and concise video about a particular topic, because this might be actually a little bit more indicative of my whole worldview or something, where, you know, if I were to be editing a video like to just like present like, you know, a confident, strong viewpoint on a single issue, it wouldn't really be reflective of the kind of like connectedness that I see between all issues that I can think of, and a connectedness between those issues and my subjectivity, and, you know, the equal importance of like questioning my own viewpoints, and an equal importance of like investigating my thought process, and all that stuff. It's like it's almost as if like all the thought processes are equally important to me, and so that's why I've chosen to do these long 4-hour videos where I'm just talking continuously the whole time and including everything, is to kind of be reflective of how equally important I consider all those things. Oh, sweet. This is great. I just found 2 Nature's Way granola bars, and I'm like really hungry now. And I have this, they're unwrapped, you know, or no, they're wrapped. They're in the wrapper. And I have this, I usually have sort of a tradition of whenever I find food while I'm walking around, I eat it. I don't always hold to that, of course, if it's like a totally like smashed piece of pizza on the ground or something like that. But, you know, if I find a granola bar while I'm walking and talking, I think I'm gonna like indulge my hunger and enjoy this kind of fun ritual of just like eating stuff that I find, you know, especially if it's still in the wrapper, but even sometimes when it's not. This is why I keep going. This is the value of like doing 4 hours, because like stuff like this happens and you get it on video. You get a granola bar. I've passed the time limit, I think, now, so I'm gonna just like stop and thanks for watching. I genuinely and profoundly appreciate your time. I hope that watching this video has benefited your experience, and that it might continue to benefit your experience and the experience of people around you. And if you think it maybe doesn't, then I wholeheartedly support your decision not to watch anymore.